The Sudirman Cup might be a marathon, not a sprint, but even on day 2 of 8, some nations are already on the precipice of elimination. Welcome to the island city of Xiamen, where another action-packed day awaits. It's a glorious arena, and inside there is room for 18,000 spectators. It is, in fact, the largest single structure sports venue in the whole of China, and that's what this week is about. The Sudirman Cup, first won by Indonesia back in 1989, made of 22-carat gold-plated solid silver. So we're on day 2 today, still the group stage, of course. The quarter-finals are on Friday, the semis on Saturday, and you can watch the final live from 2 o'clock local time on Sunday afternoon. 16 teams began the quest. They are divided into 4 groups, and the top 2 from each of that quartet will advance through to Friday's quarterfinals. We are concentrating here this morning on Group B, where, as you can see, Korea and Chinese Taipei were victorious yesterday. That means Canada and Czechia are playing catch-up. So Korea versus Canada is our offering here this morning. That kicks off in just a few minutes' time. And then later in Group A, it's China versus their near neighbours, Hong Kong, China, 5 o'clock local time. Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen will guide you through that one. Well, obviously an array of superstars in the Korea squad. They got to the final 2 years ago, only to lose out to China. They are desperate to go one better, and Se-young there obviously is the superstar in their camp. Well, not quite so many big names, of course, in the Canada squad, although Brian Yang played very well yesterday, albeit lost out in 3 games to Cho. Michelle Lee, though, had a brilliant victory. Well, he's seen in good spirits. Here's our lineup, starting with the men's singles. A fascinating clash to the experienced Jeon Hyuk-jin against the new Pan Am champion, 20-year-old Victor Lai. Then it's women's singles featuring world number 1 An Se-young, still unbeaten this year, against 35-year-old Michelle Lee, who coasted to victory yesterday. Men's doubles to follow that. Kang and Shi will start huge favourites against Lee and the fit again Tai Lindemann, who wasn't involved yesterday. Then it's on to the women. Kim and Kong inside the world's top 10, so Chung and Choi have a huge ask, neither featured against Chinese Taipei. And we finished with the mixed. Lee and Shea, who had that great run to the All England semi-finals last month, up against Pan Am silver medalists Jonathan and Crystal Lai. First up, though, as mentioned, it is the men's singles. And remember, by the way, we will play all 5 of these matches in the tie, even if it goes to 3-level 3-1, because if teams finish level on points in terms of victories, then matches won and even points within those matches may well come into play. There's the 20-year-old Victor Lai, should be full of confidence. Bit of a colour clash. He should be flash full of confidence, shouldn't he, Chris? Chris Langridge alongside me, Olympic medalist. You think after his performances in the Pan Am?
Yeah, definitely, and it was, I'm going to be honest, a big surprise. I was shocked, to be totally honest, that he did win it, just because Brian Yang, for me, was the massive favourite. I'm actually quite interested to see the level of Victor Lai, just because I haven't seen enough of him, and this is bit of a kind of a drop in the ocean, as in, you know, it's a tough challenge today against a very experienced Xiamen.
Yeah, 9-year age gap between these two players. Just 20 years of age, Victor Lai. World ranked number 80, although, as I said, that victory in the Pan Am Championships just a couple of weeks ago, that was in Peru, you would think that has done wonders for his self-belief and his confidence. And nothing to lose, really, against the experienced Korean Jin. So, as I said, is 9 years his senior. He has been ranked inside the world's top 20, albeit that was some while ago. You see it there, that was back in February of 2018 actually. Now he's down around 42. He has experienced Sudirman Cup success though, was part of the winning team in 2017, also got a silver 2 years ago. Didn't play yesterday in the defeat of Czechia. So he should be fresh, as indeed should Victor Lai, who also wasn't involved yesterday in Canada's match against Chinese Taipei. John has just the one World Tour title. Took down the Korean Masters, which is Super 300. That was a couple of years ago.
Ready to play.
Victor Wong of Hong Kong, China is the official in charge of this match. There he is. And he will be supported by a Chinese service judge, Su Xiaohong.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Victor Lai. And on my left, Korea, represented by Jin. Korea to serve. Therefore, play.
So here we go, Victor Lai getting this Group B tie underway. Early example of John's class.
Over. 1 love.
But Lai producing an excellent winner. And I think this could be maybe a little bit closer than a lot of experts have suggested. That's two. No wonder they're applauding.
Yeah, and here's an interesting one because, you know, no one really has seen a lot of Lai, just because when you look at his results, take away the Pan Am Championship win, which is a fantastic result, he hasn't done a lot. But he's definitely going to be, you know, on a lot of confidence, and this is a no-pressure game. He is not expected to win. You know, he is out here enjoying it, kind of riding the wave of this confidence that he's on at the moment.
Defence from Lai, in the same way you say Lai has nothing to lose. I think there's a lot of pressure on Xiamen here, especially after this start, because he's expected to win.
Yep.
He doesn't want to let the side down.
Yeah, 100%. And the only discipline that Korea are not incredibly strong is the men's singles category. And this is why I think, to be honest with you, all the men's singles players for Korea, they are under almost more pressure than even normal, because it's gone in. And, you know, this is, you'd never think, we look at world ranking, we look at experience, we'd almost turn things around, if you get what I mean, the way that they've both started. But, you know, John, he does look nervous. And he is also the kind of player, he allows his opponent to play. He's not going to come on court and destroy you with speed, power, creativity. He's going to play. He's kind of a hard-working, disciplined player.
That's good as well. What a start. What a start. I don't think anyone expected this, or maybe he did.
It's the amazing thing with Canada. Their singles coming through. Got a lot of younger male players and female players coming through, just because of the likes of Michelle Lee and Brian Yang that have kind of inspired the next generation.
Can't do anything right at the moment.
Yeah, the problem is at the moment, Xiamen, I mean, he's not doing anything. He's doing absolutely nothing to put under any stress. He's just rallying, but
at the moment.
And this is the thing now, I mean, it is astonishing, and this is why this tournament's a crazy one, to be honest. The Sudirman Cup's such an exciting one, because you see matches like this, you see, you know, more experienced player maybe struggling a little bit with the pressure, being the first one out representing his country in this tie, and a young player riding the wave of confidence.
Well, finally, the Korean is on the board here, but he's left it mighty late.
See there in the picture there, Park Ju-bong, who's just very recently joined the Korean national team as the man in charge, and what an appointment that is.
And wide. Yeah, they are absolutely desperate, aren't they, to win this competition again, the Koreans. They have won it 4 times, but not since 2017 and not since 2003 before that.
I do think, you know, when you look at all the teams, the way that the players list up, I do think there's 2 big favourites personally, and Korea are one of those big favourites. It's just the men's singles is, you know, as I've already said, wow, that was absolutely exceptional. I mean, full credit to this guy here. He's come out here, he doesn't have the experience at this level, but he's come out here confident. He's come out, I mean, yeah, it's a slightly short lift, but he's come out here and very impressive. Very, very impressive.
And he looks pretty controlled and calm, doesn't he, too, for a 20-year-old on a big stage like this. That's a bit better than the Korean.
Yeah, and it's you know, as you pointed out, it's something that's so important when you're young, just to control the emotions, because you go 9-2 up against a player you're not expected to, and you can almost get overexcited, and you can almost start to think too far ahead and try and play better and better. But it's so far, yeah, really impressive.
Well, if you can get to the mid-game break with this healthy lead intact, a couple of coaches to keep his feet on the ground.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, where's he been hiding? I looked at his previous results, and yeah, take away the Pan Ams, which was a great result, but there's nothing to show for, to be honest. There were no other impressive results, but the way he's come out here.
What a scoreline at the mid-game break here. 9 points clear. Who would possibly have predicted that?
Especially after 7 minutes of play.
Yeah. Well, still breakfast time here in Xiamen, and already we're sniffing a shock in this opening match of the tie. Interesting what the coaches were going to tell him there, because I mean, he can't really tell him to play any better. He's playing about as well as he could possibly play. It's more like a just keep calm, more of the same.
100% it is. It's controlling your emotions, your feeling in this situation, because you can have some crazy thoughts start running through your head, and he doesn't need to do anything better. I mean, he's playing as well as he possibly can. It's a case of just keep the pressure on his opponent.
That was almost the first rally where Xiamen was tactically in control.
Yeah, and he'd actually tried to take charge off the rally. Put him in a little bit of trouble there, gets the short lift, and then a bit more accurate on his attack.
Two or three out the back already in the opening, what, 9 minutes of this match, John. You are a Korean fan. It is a tough start to this tie, just because, you know, at the moment, Xiamen, he's getting totally outplayed. When he's going for something a bit more creative, he's struggling to find the correct angle or placement on the shot. I think also, apart from his shot making, John, it's the mental side of it. The fact that he's come out, he's basically taking the game. Victor Lai is taking the game to John. He's no respecter of reputation of a player who's 9 years his senior and just outside the world top 40.
Again, he's missed him. This is the big thing. When, you know, there's no doubt right now, although Xiamen is incredibly experienced and he has played at a very, very high level, there's no doubt now he is feeling nervous, you know. And the more nervous you feel, the more kind of stuttery you are in your movement, your shot selection, even how crisp you strike the shuttle, and it increases the chance of missing. The more free, the more comfortable, the more confident you feel. And, you know, almost every time John's now going for something, he is missing. And he's almost just got to let it go and play a bit more free, as in how he feels. He's got to, and it might happen, he might almost accept this first game is finished now, as in he can't come back. Obviously he can, but the more free you feel, generally the better you'll play. The more you overthink or panic or worry or you're indecisive. Again, and this is the really uncharacteristic thing for me. I would describe Xiamen's style, kind of similar style anyway, to somebody like Marioka, who is a very hard-working, diligent player that doesn't create a lot but doesn't give a lot away, works the rally very well, whereas the amount of unforced errors we've seen, they have been quite high so far.
Yeah, and when you don't have a killer shot, as you say, and you're making unforced errors and giving away cheap points, it's better. We're going to have a problem. That's the other thing. Lai's defence has been so good for the most part so far. And it's almost forced John to think he's got to hit the lines. And in trying to do that, he's gifted his opponent probably 5 or 6 points with inaccurate attacking shots.
Yeah, and this man on camera here, Victor Lai. Obviously just swapped to John there, but Victor, full credit to him. He's come out here and he has put in a fantastic performance so far. A very, very professional performance. It's astonishing at the moment how difficult Xiamen's finding out there. But it is amazing. Victor Lai, 20 years old, and he doesn't really have any experience at this highest level, because we're talking about, you know, the biggest team event in the world and the very highest level in the world. You see the frustration there for Park Ji-bong. But, you know, Victor Lai's come out here looking calm, looking composed, and he's running absolute riot, you know, 17-6. If someone had said this is the score, who do you think's winning? I think, you know, every single person in the world would have said, I think that would be Xiamen.
So just got to hold it together for a few more points to cement this opening game, the Canadian. Bad shot from Lai, actually. That was brilliant from John. He had some kind of just little flick off the top of the net, but even so. Doesn't look like a player ranked 80 in the world, does he?
No, I mean, you know, if he can, and this is the big thing, can he continue this level? And it will be really interesting if the first does continue as it's looking it's likely to, how they both start the second game, because, I mean, if Victor Lai can keep this up, wow. But if he can keep it up, where's he been, you know? Where's he been for the last year? I know he's very young, so he's going to mature very quickly. He's going to improve a lot over the next 6 months, but
it's over. 8-2.
Another cheap point for Lai.
98.
that's a good rally from John. A lot more pressure. Do you think he's got to try and increase if he can the kind of the speed within the rally? Cause a bit more stress on Victor Lai.
Well, he left a gap there, the size of a few bridge that leads from the island to the mainland here, and he took full advantage of it. Like, so 11 game points in probably for the 20-year-old.
Over. 10, 20.
It's wide, and that will be an astonishing scoreline. 21-10 in favour of Victor Lai after only 17 minutes here in Xiamen. And the potential for a serious shock result, at least in this match, if not in the tie, is well and truly on here.
무리한 공격 지금 몇 개 하다가 실수 난 거. 그거 주로 가볍게 하다가 좀 애들 좀 되게 가도 스피드가 가져야 되는데 거기서 무리한 거 나오다가 끝내려고 안 된다. 공격할 때마다 끝내려고 하니까 그냥 직진으로 파프에서 깜짝 위에가고 뒤에서 칠 때 그냥 좀 약간 점프하면서 약간 점프하는 스피드가 치고 그런 게 없으니까 내가 편안하게 친단 말이야. 내가 페이지를 위해서 주로 클리어 이런 거 해줘야지. 알았어. 올라가는 거 생각하고 컨트롤 나중에
Fourth one, 20 seconds. Second game. The ball. Hey.
Maybe a very early statement of intent from the Korean. Starting the second game, he knows he needs to up his level significantly from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and obviously the interval was interesting. The Canadian coaches felt like 10 seconds to pass the information on to the player, which would have been, look, keep, don't change anything. You don't need to. You're playing to a very high level. He's the one that has to change everything. And obviously the coaches from Korea were taking their time because there's a lot that Xiamen needs to change, but the big question is, can he?
Great shot again, right on the hip of the Korean from Lai.
This is the thing, all we see in the birth of a new Victor. This is a great name for a badminton player. But the big problem, I think, for Korea is they've obviously only got two men's singles players that they've brought here, and on court we have Xiamen, which is one of them. The other one is Cho, and he didn't put in a great performance yesterday against in their first match. He didn't play brilliant against Jan Londra, and I just worry for Korea in regards to men's singles. It is a big issue for them in this tournament, and this is why I do feel they've got this extra bit of pressure on them, because it's the only discipline that they are quite a way off the other disciplines where they basically have top 10 players in the world.
You just look back with a kind of quizzical expression there, Xiamen, and his two coaches after he missed that shot on the previous point. He looks a little lost out there at the moment. Just a fraction wide, that. Just a reminder, by the way, we haven't had one yet, but we do have a Hawkeye in operation here, so 2 challenges per player per game, and they keep the challenge if they're correct. Well, he did everything he could there, Lai. Making his opponent play an extra shot, another shot. Eventually got the job done, John Gutchin.
Yeah, and I think here, John was just saying to the umpire, and the umpire did agree. He was kind of, his opponent has actually put his racket in the way.
Yeah. Well, that's a chance. It was fairly short. Just outside the sideline from the Canadian.
Full credit to Victor Lai, defended incredibly well in that rally, and he is maintaining his level at the moment. Can he continue? It's a question I don't know, but I am surprised the amount of unforced errors from John, just because he is the kind of player that he works a rally really well, and he doesn't really give his opponent a lot, but he doesn't hit winners, you know, he's not really creative, he won't come out with a little bit of magic. He can't afford this many kind of simplistic unforced errors. He won the first very, very comfortably, but he just is. He's just, and this is the crazy thing. He's playing an incredibly experienced player who's had some, you know, brilliant results throughout his career. That was a brilliant brush off. Not even a loose net. Just read it really well from Victor Lai. This is the big thing about young players, you know. He's 20, and we've said it quite a few times, but yeah, winning the Pan Am, brilliant result. But where's he been? You know, I just don't get it. I don't get how, if he can play at this level, even for this duration, he's a good player, there's no doubt about it. And some of the early results this year, he's been playing tournaments and he just can't have played at this level.
It's a solid lead from John. If we were keeping a record of number of winners, it would be massively weighted in Victor Lai's favour. Hardly been any actually from Jeon Hyuk Jin. Going again.
I think the big thing is, even if Jeon can find a way back into this match, which it's definitely possible, it is. The big question is, I just don't know what Korea are going to do regarding men's singles going forward in this tournament, just because they've got two options, and I don't think either of them are performing at the level that either of them can perform at.
Yes, and against, you know, potentially China, Japan, maybe a couple of others, it means that once we get to the knockout stage, you've got to win 3 matches out of 4 if you are almost resigned to losing the men's singles.
Yeah. And it does, it just increases that extra bit of pressure on the rest of the team when it's not you're guaranteed to obviously lose a match, but you're highly unlikely in one of the events. The others that are kind of 50-50, you just feel that extra bit of stress, that extra bit of pressure that, you know, you have to. But Korea do have kind of a joker card, as it were, a little bit of magic up their sleeve, which is obviously An Se-young, who is just incredible.
She's on next.
20 matches in a row this year, unbeaten. She has not lost a match this year.
Yep, and it's nearly May.
It's ridiculous how good she is. I'm almost lost for words a little bit, because I'm not seeing any obvious signs of weaknesses, and there's nothing obvious that he is not as good in his game. Shot quality there, lovely bit of hold skill, even from a low position, brilliant. The only thing I'm thinking, what is his fitness like? I don't know. He's starting to look a little bit more fatigued. They've only been playing for, what are we at, half an hour mark, 29 minutes.
This is just getting silly now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's almost putting on a masterclass. And it is one of these amazing things where, when it's one of your first big team events where you're kind of exposed to the whole world, generally there's two outcomes: you shine or you don't. And at the moment, you've got to say Victor Lai, he is shining pretty bright.
This is what happens when you're being dominated. You get tense, mistakes creep in, and all of a sudden there's daylight on the scoreboard now in this second game. And
that is, you know, for Jeon, that's 99 times out of 100 he's making that.
Probably hit that a bit too hard, I think.
Yeah, wanted maybe a bit more reverse on it, take the pace off, or a bit more with the placement, less with the power.
even the points that he has won, he has to work so hard. It's nothing easy being given to him by Lai.
This is kind of, for me, how Xiamen plays. He kind of grinds his opponent down.
I think actually if the rallies do get longer, that might favour Xiamen.
Yep, I would agree. And that's longest rally there, and it's still not particularly long. And I wouldn't say we've had a lot of long rallies, which is kind of what Xiamen kind of grows from and what he wants. Oh my goodness, that's in, I think.
Yeah, given is in.
He's got a challenge. If that is in, that is exceptional.
First time Hawkeye has been asked a question in this match. It's close. First impression was that some part of that shuttle may have clipped the line, but let's double check with the technology. There's some nervous faces on the Korean benches there, hoping that this gets overturned.
What a shot.
So they can stay there for the mid-game interval now, 11-8. Have to say, it's Victor Lai's to lose from here.
You get to that net a little bit higher, get more pressure on it. Okay? Because when it's non-still more to the speed up. Franco, you can be more early. With them not being natural, you jump back to one thing.
랠리는 되는데 제가 한 번 때렸을 때 그 수비 한 번만 해주라.
So unless something changes tactically, dramatically, then I think it's just down to whether Victor Lai can hold it together.
That's a bit of bad luck there from Victor Lai. Bit of tape and a massive wrong turn, as it were. But yeah, it's the big question is, can Victor Lai continue his level? I mean, if he can, I'm sorry, but he's just at the moment too good for Xiamen. Can this man break him down? Wow. My goodness, this is, I just don't get it. Where has he been? Because the level he's playing at for probably 85% of this match has been really, really, really good. That's a lovely reverse. He's totally wrong-footed, his opponent.
Yeah, he was utterly deceived there, Sean, wasn't he? And now he's going to have that shot in the back of his mind next time there's a similar kind of rally. One point at a time, I think should be the mantra here for Victor Lai. I mean, in some ways, Jung Hyuk Jin's doing quite well to just be hanging in there, just a point down.
And this is the big thing he's got to. He's got to kind of keep clinging to his opponent in the, not the hope, but in the belief that his opponent is going to drop his level just slightly. Some lovely shots below tape where he's got great holds, Victor Lai.
Well, I think it was unrealistic to believe the second game was going to be as one-sided as the first, but nonetheless, a few unforced errors just starting to creep into Lai's game that were almost invisible in the opening game. Much better though, much better.
Something when I'm looking at Lai's results, if you take away the big 7,000 points he got for the Pan Am Champs, which is it's a lot of points and a great result. Portugal International, first round. Canadian Challenge, he had a good result, got to the final, but he was just getting to kind of semi-finals of much lower level tournaments, international series. And he's out here on the biggest stage in the world playing to an incredibly high level.
It's over. 13-14.
That was a much better rally, wasn't it, from Sean?
44.
Kind of rally that might just give him the confidence to genuinely believe he can come back here. It's like being a potentially tense finish to this second game.
This is the thing, could that be kind of one of the turning points of the match, as it were? after that net. He held such a high base, he knew what was coming.
Well, that's a little bit of a present for Lai. Well, they've not had too much to smile about watching on, those green teammates, but finally, and for the first time just about, the man has edged into the lead. First time we've seen any real emotion like that from Lai.
Yeah, he just slightly snatched at it. Does well there. And that, you know, he's above tape. He's actually in an all right position there. Just slightly snatches there. See, he mishits it. It's top of his frame. And that's why he's got that frustration.
Much easier to say than to do, but just needs to calm himself here.
Pace of it's definitely gone up. Next two rallies are so important.
Thank you. Yes. 16-17.
Xiamen there read it really well. As Victor Lai was playing that kind of flat lift, Xiamen was already moving back. Holds it and then moves back straight away. You can see change of footwork. Absolutely brilliant.
The defence that preceded the winner was almost more impressive than the final shot, wasn't it? Kept himself alive in the point somehow.
Yeah, now this game's gone up a level. Now it's exciting. Fantastic placement on that final attack from Victor Lai. can see now, we can see a 19-17 or an 18-all. What's a big point this is going to be.
Exactly rushing, is he, Xiamen? He's just about ready now with this very precarious 1-point lead.
Play.
Was very nervy.
And there was big emotion after that rally from Victor Lai, and rightly so. These points now, this is what every player trains for, the big points of the game.
But he still made him play the extra shot, and he got the job done, the Korean.
19.
Yeah, and he did well here, John, to keep his composure, because it was a very resilient defence.
Yeah, umpire Victor Wong just telling the Korean to get on with it.
Bit of luck there. I think I'm pretty sure he clipped the tape. Just kind of changed direction slightly.
Yeah, definitely caught the top of the net. But you make your own luck. I don't think anyone would, other than Jeong, would begrudge him the odd bit of good fortune. Ranked 80 in the world, he's been brilliant to this point. 19 all. And now he has a chance to win the match.
What an upset this could be.
19.
Be the biggest win of his career. I know he beat his teammate Brian Yang, who's higher ranked, but I always think two players in the same country when they play each other is always a bit peculiar, but this would be massive for him.
Didn't get anywhere near enough height on that, did he, Lai?
It's almost tense kind of lift, you know, a panic.
24.
It's almost kind of in this situation, match point, as it was. Whether you stick or twist, you keep the point going if you can, wait for an error, or do you play the way that's got him to this point, really, which is in attacking mode. 20 all now.
Great pick up from John.
Yeah.
The tape and it's not gone over.
21, 20.
All this drama, it's only 10:30 in the morning. here in Xiamen. So, game point for Jeon Hyuk-jin to send us into a decider.
Kind of sat on the tape and just said no, didn't it?
Thought about it.
Yeah, look. It's not quite. It was great defence the shot before from Xiamen. Did really well to pick it up.
Oh, that one has gone over. Well, take with one hand, give back with the other. Couldn't really ask for a more dramatic conclusion to this second game.
Yeah, and what a first match this has been.
And here's a second opportunity for the upset for Victor Lai.
Yeah, and as soon as he pushed Xiamen into the corner, his opponent was a bit late. He had such a high base. Took the next one so early, read it well. And what are we going to see on this match point? The last one, he was just a bit tense, wasn't he? He was a bit kind of hesitant.
I think he should play the way that's got him to this point. Look at Ansi Youngla watching on. She's on next, but she's as gripped by this as we all are. He should be aggressive here if he gets the opportunity.
What a rally.
How has he kept this going? He's done it!
Oh my goodness.
A massive shot as Victor Lai, the world number 80, the 20-year-old, takes down the experienced Jeon Hyuk-jin and gives Canada the lead in the tie. Surely no one could have expected this. What a display.
We're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of this guy if he can continue the way he played in that match.
Match won by Canada, 21-10, 23-21.
Well, nearly an hour of incredible badminton and a massive turn-up. Korea arguably second favourites for the title here behind the Chinese. What a match yesterday in the women's singles, but this a massive surprise. And what a point he played at the end. I mean, some of the retrieving in that rally was just sensational.
Yeah, and I do feel that if it had have gone to a third, and obviously it hasn't, but I think it would have been tough for Victor Lai because he was looking more and more tired. Even in that last rally, he was just clinging on.
He was going on adrenaline, basically, wasn't he? 21-10, 23-21, 55 minutes of magic on court one. Well, can we follow that? Well, maybe we can, because we've got the best female on the planet up next. An Se-young, yet to lose a match in 2025, taking on Michelle Lee, the world number 21, in just a couple of minutes. Warm welcome back to Xiamen, our venue this week for the BWF Sudirman Cup Finals. Beautiful island city. And this is the scene backstage. And Xiamen in the foreground, Michelle Lee just behind her. And they were both watching on the TV screen, just to the left there. That's men's singles. So Michelle Lee arguably has the toughest job of any player here this week, trying to take down An Se-yoon. At least those should have been buoyed by the result of Victor Lai. It's given Canada the lead in the tie. Not too many expected that. Officials are on court, and the two players will be following very shortly. In fact, here they come. It will be the 6th meeting, this one, between these two women. And Lee hasn't won any of the other 5. Actually something of a long-standing rivalry. They first met back in 2019. And Se-yoon was just 17. Haven't played each other for a while though, 2.5 years. And as you see, Lee retired in that match.
The side, so thank you.
Well, always a pleasure and a privilege to watch An Se-yoon. Amazing to think she's still just 23 years of age. She is the current world champion, she is the Olympic champion, and 20 matches, 20 victories this calendar year. Especially impressive. I mean, it'd be impressive anyway, but considering some of the injury issues she had last season, it's been a quite phenomenal start to the campaign. 4 tournaments entered this year, all 4 and that includes 2 Super 1000 events in Malaysia and the All England. As for Michelle Lee, well, if you're watching yesterday, she was really impressive in beating Chu Ping-chian in straight game, just barely half an hour that was. She has been inside the world top 10 previously, although that was some while ago, back in 2019. Former Commonwealth Games champion. She's won a couple of Super 300s as well. Thought she was impressive yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, she was a class above her opponent, but we're talking kind of one of possibly the greatest ever. I mean, An Se-yoon, 23 years old, and she's almost completed badminton. This is one thing she hasn't won, which is the Sudirman Cup. So, yeah, it is a big task. Sometimes we do see An Se-yoon start a little bit slow, and Michelle has played a match, An Se-yoon hasn't. And Michelle, as you said, she played incredibly well yesterday. So, yeah, and obviously Korea have lost the first match of the tie, which no one expected. A big shock. Can Michelle pull another absolutely massive kind of surprise out the bag for Korea? For Canada, apologies.
Put a bit of pressure on the doubles pairs if that was the case, wouldn't it?
Go on, it would be 2 massive upsets.
The other thing about An Se-yoon, apart from obviously the ridiculous winning record that she has, just think she's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, she is. You know, she's a very kind of, she's got it all. I mean, there's no weakness to her game. She's got everything, and it's, I think the nicest thing for people that enjoy badminton is just seeing her happy again and seeing her, you know, looking comfortable out there and look like she's really enjoying playing.
That's our umpire, Trishka from New Zealand. And Xiamen Sarali from Mauritius is the service judge.
Right, Korea, represented by Xiamen. And on my left, Canada, represented by Michelle Lee. Canada to serve, double, play.
So Michelle Lee trying to go where no one else has gone before this year and beat Xiamen, the current world and Olympic champion.
One, love.
It's an art that she has, isn't it? And she's moving her opponent around the court almost at will.
Yeah, and she, you know, to win the point against Xiamen, you have to do something very impressive. And her simple philosophy, you know, if someone's actually going to be here, they're going to have to play exceptional, and that's why it doesn't happen very often. But yeah, she's, you know, she's always putting the shuttle in the right place and moving the shuttle around incredibly well.
Nice angle from Lee.
Yeah, we saw some exceptional backhand cross courts in the net area yesterday from Michelle Lee. Xiamen is just constant, consistent, good shot quality.
And count the unforced errors and the fingers of one hand.
Such a well-structured rally, great composure, saw her opponent in a bit of trouble, just put her in even more trouble. There, so Michelle Lee's in a bit of trouble, this one, even more trouble, and look at the size of the gap. Didn't go too early, structured the rally so well.
Yeah, sometimes the way she plays makes the court look as wide as an airport runway. And so,
Wow.
well, it did flick off the top of the net, but nonetheless, it was a lovely touch from the Canadian.
Yeah, phenomenal. And Shirley here doesn't get any better than that.
Maybe he didn't touch the net. Sure, she apologised, but didn't see much of a deflection.
Yeah, it did. It just caught the tape.
Well, anything you can do.
Yeah, lovely hold from Xiamen.
This is what we want to see, really. Both women playing well at the same time.
Wow. You don't see that often. You don't see many situations where just pure deception and shot quality sends Xiamen, you know, slightly the wrong way. She can't even get a racket on it.
Smile of resignation from the Korean, maybe also one of appreciation too.
Such good judgment as well, Xiamen.
Big miss.
It's incredible to look at Xiamen. She's only played 11 tournaments, which obviously isn't many, and they take your best 10, so it doesn't give her much space kind of for a not as good performance, but it doesn't matter because she's still 14,552 ahead of the world number 2, which is unbelievable considering, you know, everyone's going to have a few bad results.
Well, as you said a bit earlier, Chris, I mean, there are no weaknesses in her game. At the moment, to beat her,
you can't. It's not possible.
she has to have an off day, and her opponent has to play out the skin, basically.
And this is it. And this is why, you know, it is in badminton, especially. I know in other sports it's slightly different, but in badminton, to be 20 matches unbeaten and to have lost in 4 tournaments in a row, it is truly incredible. I'd have to ask. I think only Jill would know exactly the longest run from any player ever, you know, without losing.
Played by Lee. Really well played.
Yeah, and you know, we said it. And Shirley was playing incredibly well yesterday, and she was far, far superior to her opponent. And today she's come out and she's challenging the very, very best in the world. And Xiamen did incredible to pick that one up.
But I mean, in terms of An Se-young's, domination of the sport at the moment, it's kind of, it's on par with, Tiger Woods, Michael Phelps, Rod Laver back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. She's a superstar. She really is, and almost for the last 12 months as well, she has dominated lady singles.
I suppose in modern era on the women's side, probably Serena Williams would be the closest, you think, of someone who just utterly dominated when she was at her peak. Obviously not the longevity yet for An Se-young, but she's only 23.
And this is the scary bit. She's only going to get better and better.
Very late decision from Lee. She did well, actually. Well, you just can't play a point any better than that, especially against the best woman on the planet. Everyone's human. That was utterly stunning from Michelle Lee.
This is the thing, An Se-young, I don't know how she got that, but Michelle Lee was hitting brilliant shot after brilliant shot. There's about 8 phenomenal shots from Michelle Lee, and that's what it takes to win a point against this lady. You can see An Se-young's in trouble shot after shot, but she's still surviving the rally until that last one's just impossible.
Well, this is a really spirited performance from Lee, and she has the slender edge, a 1-point lead at the mid-game break.
연습들만 하니까 아이도 제가 어느 부담 없이 그냥 뛰니까 조금씩 한 번씩 올려주고 때릴 때 한 번씩 탁 때려줘야지 얘가 지 미스가 나온다고. 어? 조금만 스피드 올려가지고.
She's not comfortable. If you swim speed, she's comfortable many times because the timing is same. Then you more up and then down. Up speed, up speed. 가자.
뒤에 나오는 거에 좀 빠르게 하자.
Well, the fist pump there from An Se-young tells you she knows she's in a match here. drift wide.
来自马来西亚的梁雨桐对阵来自法国的阿布梅克。
Pinpoint judgment again from the Korean.
13-all.
That's the second time she's missed a bit of a sitter. She was suggesting to the umpire that might have just flicked off An Se-young's racket, but Trish Gubb insisted it didn't.
I think it's so hard, to be honest, in that situation for anyone to know. Just because when it's coming that quick, I think An Se-young did go for it, I think, but didn't connect with it. But it's hard to know if it did clip her racket or not. I would really, in that situation, like some kind of technology to assist.
There's no mistake with that one.
Service over. 14-all.
Yeah, like what's it called, snicker they have on the cricket. Tells you if it just flicks the edge of the bat, they could have a similar thing with badminton, I guess.
Just when, you know, the shuttle's travelling that fast, the umpire's got so much to kind of observe. It's so hard to see. It's also when a player's very close to the net and if they're over the net or not.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's almost a millimetre. It's in quick time, you can't really see.
Well, it's a magic shot from An Se-young, but just thinking in that rally, honestly, I haven't seen Michelle Lee play much better than this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She's playing to a very, very good level.
That was just a bit of brilliance from the Olympic champion.
You have to remember last time they played, although Michelle Lee did eventually pull out in the match, she did actually win the first game. So she can, she can compete with An Se-young. It's just, like a lot of people, she can't beat her. The head-to-head being 5-0 in the favour of An Se-young.
Well, just push that a fraction long.
15-16.
She didn't quite connect with it correctly.
17-15.
This is what An Se-young does so well. Just at the crucial time, managed to sneak away almost some quick, cheap, easy points. So that was pretty much going on the line. An Se-young can still get it, she just can't get it back.
18.
An Se-young's retrieval skills, defence and reading of the game, it truly is exceptional.
So 4 match points.
20.
Sorry, game points, I should say. Put the cart before the horse. But 4 chances for Xiamen to take the opening game here, in which Liu's played really well for the most part, but now looks likely to lose it. That's right on the line. 21-16 it is. Doesn't really tell the whole story, to be honest, because Li was competitive in that game for a long, long time.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, it's just the class of Xiamen coming out, Chris.
Yep, definitely, and I would say 85%, maybe 90% of that first game, Li played incredibly good. You know, really, really well. There was probably a tiny portion, 4 points, where level just dropped, but that's where Xiamen is so good.
That side is coming really fast. But that here is also. Yeah, sort of feel more like a, you don't want to snap your fingers too much. Just a little bit higher. Actually, when you get a little higher, that's just really nice. Now you can make it a lot easier. Okay? But
안정적으로 하다 보니까 내가 순간적으로 빨리 하면 네가 리듬이 안 맞는 거예요. 그래서 네가 조금 지금보다 올리면서 뛰면서 해야지 제가 순간적으로 오는 볼에 대해서 네가 대치가 된다고. 안정적인 건 좋은데 애가 전혀 부담이 없이 치잖아요.
Hand control here. Because exactly, this handle is very fast. That's why. This system here is good quality. C1 attacking is okay. You can do it. But if you jump it, it's not okay. This is not okay.
너도 열심히 뛰어야 된다고. 열심히. 쉽게 포인트 하려고 그러는데. 열심히 가. 하여튼 하고.
Second game. Love all. Play.
Wow. Fantastic shot from Li.
1. Love.
Great pickup. No way. Oh my goodness.
Well, great to see them both all smiles at the net, but that was astonishing.
That's a great pickup, and then from Li there, that's perfection.
How does she do
And
that?
that's even better.
That defies the laws of gravity, that.
I mean, Xiamen, it just gets better and better. It's almost like she's playing a computer game. She's got the cheat code, as it were.
Yeah. Well done.
We've seen moments of, like, I mean, in this match, we've seen moments of brilliance from both of them. Has been a very high level. Lady singles. Great deception there, brilliant hold. Again, phenomenal placement from Michelle Lee. That shot up at the net and played to such high quality.
Well, because you can see Michelle Lee's reaction.
She is, yeah. She has a net cord from the floor. And then really well placed.
I think Lee was asking herself the same question you just did. How on earth did that come back? I think probably the greatest compliment you could pay Michelle Lee, the way she's played so far, is that she's ranked 21. Playing like this, I think she'd beat a lot of players ranked inside the world's top 21. A lot of players ranked ahead of her.
Definitely, I think Michelle Lee is, you know, she's a top 16 player. Speaking to her yesterday, and the complexities they have in Canada, for her to be at this level is truly incredible. I mean, she doesn't really train with any other female players, and I think, as far as I was understanding, she's got one male player that she spars with. I mean, it's so hard to get that high level of training, having 3 different coaches, and yeah, just she does phenomenally well with kind of the peculiar setup, I would call it, that they have in Canada in regards to clubs and not a national setup. I think all the Canadian players do.
Marvelling yesterday at the fitness levels of Cho Tien Chen. Well, Lee's the same age, she's 35. She's super fit too. The amount of running you have to do when you play NC Young. Just missed it. Well, that was called in, and a very quick challenge from the Korean. Another excellent decision by the line judge.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining.
I still don't think we've had
Service over.
one overturned. I think yesterday, I don't think we did.
Yeah, these line judges. Probably a good advert for someone like Specsavers.
Other opticians are available.
And it's, you know, very similar to the first game. Michelle Lee is at that level of An Se-young. She was, you know, as I said, from 90% of the game, and it was just those 3 points maybe. It was between 2 and 4 points where just the level slightly dropped of Michelle Lee. An Se-young took full advantage of that.
That is stunningly good.
And this is it, you know, Michelle Lee, she has played really well. Great shot quality there.
It's as tough a test as An Se-young's had all year, I think. She's behind at the mid-game break, 11-9.
This rally, Michelle Lee was in all sorts of trouble. A little bit of magic there. We saw quite a few, 2 or 3 of those yesterday. It was so good.
Just only behind.
항상 서비스 있고 때릴 준비라는 식으로 준비를 해야 된다고. 서비스 놓고도 조금 편안하게, 너무 편하게 가니까 탁 하는 그런 긴장이 늦어지는 거예요. 때린다는 생각으로.
11-9. Play.
Leg hit the net, I think she said, Trishka. Wow.
Oh, yeah, wow, that is
Service over. I called earlier, I called again because you didn't hear me. 10-11. Michelle, return the shuttle.
be honest and say I didn't see it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. This is another thing, it's so hard to know without a bit of modern technology to assist. I would say it's peculiar that the net, her leg hit the net.
Yeah. I didn't see it either, but it's not the kind of thing you look for, is it? Tend to follow the shuttle. However, umpire's decision final. Back to a 1 point difference.
Missed it.
Now, what she has to do is put that kind of feeling of injustice out of her head, because that's the kind of thing that can be really damaging.
Michelle Lee there, the whole court. She played the perfect return of serve. An Se Young does phenomenal to get it back. It's definitely a missed opportunity. These last 2 points now, they're kind of freebies, gifts that have been given to An Se Young. If her leg didn't touch the net, that one, and then that point we just saw.
Well called in, and a very quick challenge from Michelle Lee.
Yeah, An Se Young, she had a bit of a bad slip there. Just getting the court mocked.
No problem with that.
These line judges do not get it wrong here.
Honestly, I don't think there's been one overturned yet. Not on our court, anyway.
12-11. Play.
Some wonderful net play from both women. Not something you see very often, that.
13-12.
good. Rare misjudgment from the Korean.
No quality is okay, just volley. No quality is okay.
Double shot again.
Yep, lovely reverse. And this is the thing, you know, it shows how well Michelle's playing, because the amount of times that Xiamen hasn't even got a racket on it, it's not a crazy amount, but it's 3 or 4, maybe even 5. And that doesn't happen because her defence, she reads the shuttle so well, and it takes something exceptional for that to happen.
Good, although it's being challenged. But as I said, so far we've yet to see one overturned, so the portents aren't good for An Se-young, but let's see what Hawkeye's got to say about this one. Finally they've made an error. now. Be a twist here because Michelle Lee just a couple of points away now from securing a game that would put her on terms in this match.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you know, he's justified the way Michelle Lee's played. Pick up.
That's a very, very good lead, you know. Had to make an almost instant decision. That shuttle was dropping over the net.
And Xiamen was able to close this out in 2 games. The difference between the 2 players has been minimal, you know, it really has, but it would again kind of emphasise the sheer class of Xiamen. Even when her opponent is playing to a very, very high level.
Out the back, and so here is a match point for An Se-young.
It's amazing. The difference between these 2 players has almost been nothing. This lady on camera, which we've just had, An Se-young just so good at the crucial points.
That's good. Great rally again. And An Se-young comes out on top again. As you say, Chris, these big points. And a chance for her coming up to seal the deal. The number of times we've seen the moppers on the court tells you how much both players have been throwing themselves around. So, third chance, and you have to think, at some point, Fenghuang's going to take one of these opportunities.
I'm sure he did so well with the body pressure, and then I don't think that one's as dangerous. Maybe not quite ready, I don't know, didn't expect it.
That one is long. It's her 21st victory in her 21st match this year. Michelle Lee, the latest in a long line of victims. What a high quality match that was, in which Lee played a full part just on those big points. Couldn't quite live with the world and Olympic champion. So victory for An Se-young means Korea level the tie at one match all. That meant a lot, clearly. She let one go on the first match point that landed on the line, but that one was beyond it, by some margin, actually. So 21-16, 23-21, 55 minutes it took. Long match for two games, but An Se-young gets the win and levels up the match. 1-1 now in this Group B tie. We're going to switch to doubles in a moment. The men's doubles, Kang and Shi against Lee and Lindemann is next. What a warm welcome back to our continuing coverage of the BWF Sudirman Cup Finals for 2025. We're in Xiamen, port city in southeastern China, and we are now 1-1 as far as this tie is concerned. So it's all going to be down to the doubles, the first of which involves the men. Kang and Shi taking on Kevin Lee and Tai Lindemann of Canada. Officials are on court, and as you can see, players not far behind. Not met before, these two pairs. Kang and Shi leading the way.
Red or black? Black for you. Red. Go and toss. Then shoot. Breathe. Breathe there.
So let's give you a bit more information then about the quartet we're about to watch in this men's doubles. A match in which the Korean pair will start very, very warm favourites, but then we said that about Jeon Hyuk-jin, who lost to Victor Lai earlier. Kang Min-hyuk, who's 26 years of age, he was ranked 2 in the world with Soo Seung-jae, ranked 8 with the one he's playing with today. He's actually the current world champion with Soo Seung-jae. Also part of a team that won silver in this competition 2 years ago in Suzhou. And his partner, Shi Dong-ju, a couple of years younger. Actually, they won their first title together just last month. That was the All-In Masters, a Super 300. Wouldn't take too much notice of that 124 ranking. And their opponents from Canada, Kevin Lee and Ty Lindemann. Lindemann actually had a minor injury yesterday, but he wasn't considered for selection. They've won 5 minor tournaments, international tournaments on the circuit as a pair, these two, Lindemann and Lee. Ranked just inside the world's top 70, as you can see there. They were up inside the top 40 as recently as a year ago. Lee at 26 is a year younger than Lindemann. Actually lost in the mixed doubles yesterday, Kevin Lee. Lindemann didn't play.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Korea, represented by Kang Min-hyuk and Hee Dong-ju. On my left, Canada, represented by Kevin Lee and Alexander Lindemann. Kevin Lee to serve to Hee Dong-ju, level, play.
So here we go then. This men's doubles with the tie poised perfectly at 1-all.
Good start, very good start from the Canadians. Very aggressive return of serve.
Service over.
Kang there.
1-0.
Give a decision on the return of serve from Lee, which wasn't sure if it was in or out.
placed. Fabulous gap that side of the court. And found unerringly by Lindemann.
I think the umpire's struggling a bit here to understand what's being said, but Lee had a pretty bad slip there at the net. And he's just asked for the court to be mocked. Canadian partnership is definitely Lindemann with the big power from the back, and it leaves the net man getting forward. They've done that very well so far.
Service over. 3, 2.
Just there. One of the few players that's managed to kind of chop the shuttle legally.
That was very, very wayward.
Service over. 4, 3.
Yeah, we haven't really had any rallies so far. We're 2 minutes in. This is the thing, is so much immense doubles is about the first 4 shots of the rally.
Had a long time to think about that, actually, John Dew. Made the right call in the end.
Wow. Very impressive from Lee there.
5.
Gotta say, and he doesn't look like he's struggling as much as some of the other players I've seen to handle the serve of Key. Control from Kang at the net.
6, 5.
Does really well to control that shot, because when it hits the tape, the tumble, the spin, it's very hard to actually predict how it's going to come out. Kang did really well.
4.
Oh. Not sure anyone knows what the fault was for.
Well, he wanted a chat with the service judge.
Yes, I think he thought the service judge called a fault on the serve, but I think there was a slight miscommunication between the umpire and the service judge, so we're playing a let. Lindemann's tacked really well so far. Got to say the Korean pairs, this being the second Korean pair, of very strong defences, hard to get through. Kang at the net. As soon as he gets the Canadians in trouble, he's just relentless. That one, that's where it all starts, and then he just keeps the pressure on.
Oh, that's good. It's been challenged. They almost look surprised, actually, the Koreans, when that was called in. So maybe that will give us a clue. This might get overturned. But
yeah, Lee was, I mean, he looked shocked. He's either a very good actor or he was very, very confident it was out. Interesting thing when I was looking at Ki Dong-ju's ranking, he actually has 6, and this is just men's doubles partnerships that are active, and by active I just mean that he has tournaments on the world ranking with, but no more than 2 with any partner. So he's been partnered with a lot of different players to see what works, and I'm confident though Korea are sticking with this partnership because they've done very well together, obviously winning the Oleon Masters, which was a massive result, and quarter-final of the All England as well.
Well, it's close, but the call was an errant one.
Over. 7, 0.
As soon as you give either of the Koreans half a chance, I mean, it's good lifting quality from the Canadians, but I mean, that's sharp. But as soon as you give them half a chance, either of the Koreans, they're devastating on the attack. Good fortune, good return. This Canadian partnership actually played, not this exact Korean partnership, but they played Ki Dong-jun, but he played with Kim Won-ho, Thomas Cup, which was about this time last year. Quite a competitive game, 15 and 17.
Service over. 9, 8.
Valiant defence from Kang, but not quite enough. This has been pretty tight and competitive since the start, this match.
Yeah, no, I'm impressed with the Canadians so far.
Yeah.
I'm also a little bit surprised how well they've dealt with the serve, which we've seen so many players struggle with. Ki Dong-jun.
So just a 2-point lead then for the Koreans as we go for the mid-game break.
Service for court. 2-8.
First one so far on court one, I think, on the morning sessions anyway. A serve from
11.
below 115 centimetres. Otherwise, that's a fault.
Just a tiny bit lucky there from the Canadians. Because he was in big trouble, Lee, there, but Kang just pushed it slightly too deep. Sharp there.
Yeah, nothing lucky about that.
Lindemann.
12-11.
After the break, Canadians come out really well here.
Over. 12-0.
Yeah, good decision to leave it in the end.
13-12.
A very well-rounded pair, the Koreans, because both players looked really comfortable in both positions normally. One player would definitely favour, like if I talk about the Canadians, Lee's the net man and Lindemann's the rear court player. The Koreans, I'd say it's almost 50-50.
There's absolutely brilliant play from Kang Min-hyuk in that point. 2 or 3 telling shots that set up winning that rally.
Yeah, nice stop drop there. I mean, Lindemann does well to get it, but he's in so much trouble.
Thank you.
Ki Dong-ju, he's always got a kind of a cheeky smile on his face, it looks like.
Service over. 13-15.
Well, doing a good job of staying in range here, Lee and Lindemann.
I've got to say, I'm impressed with the Canadians so far. I do think they're playing above their level because they're really challenging. One of the best players in the world, the Korean pair, although they're ranked a very unrealistic ranking at the moment of 124. If you average out their two tournaments they've played, they'd be around 8 in the world. Last 3 rallies, yeah, we've had 2 drive serves that have been really good. We've had a low serve, they've left and it was in.
Totally surprised him with that serve.
Lee taking charge. Couldn't have another upset, could we? I mean, this would be even bigger, I think. I've got to give it, the Canadians, they have played really well so far. Going to see another drive serve here, or?
Oh, went for something a bit different in the end. Well, that was a badly needed point. Had it gone 19-15, been a long way back, you'd have fancied, but as it is, still with chances. But considering they began this match as the overwhelming favourites, I think they've been surprised a little bit by the way Lee and Lindsay have played.
I would agree. To be honest, I actually have been a little bit surprised. I think the Canadians have played really well. And the other thing about the Canadians is, for me, I just can't get my head around, is they don't train together. They live 3 hours apart and they do not train together. And, you know, doubles is integral because you need an understanding who's covering what shot your partner's playing, where you're moving. You need set plays. To play at this level, not training together is even more impressive.
So 4 game points here for the pair ranked 68. Well, you can probably understand feeling a little uptight at this point. Still 3 game points remaining. Well, we've had one upset today and we're halfway to another, because 21 points to 17, implausibly, Lee and Lindemann strike first in this match for Canada. They lead 1 game to love.
완전히 안 올리는 플레이는 하잖아. 좀 더 붙이려고만 하잖아. 붙이려고만. 아마 좀 올려주고 해, 올려주고. 계속 붙이는 게임만 하니까 여기가 지금 더 프레셔 많이 맞잖아. 하다가 한 번 좀 올려주고, 그 다음에 또 레시브 하고, 되는 볼이 있으면 좀 붙여주고.
민혁아 동작 봐봐. 지금 원세트 안 되는 게 뭐야? 이거 지금 공격만 하려고 하잖아. 봐봐. 드라이브 치고 하나 드라이브 치고 붙여도 되는데 왜 붙이기만 하려고 공격만 하려고 하지? 드라이브 싸움인데 이거야만 우리가 그리고 전진해서 붙이고 올라오는 볼 볼이 짧았을 때 그때 공격을 해야지. 무조건 오는 볼에 붙이니까 쟤네가 전진해서 들어오는데 우리가 밀 수뿐이 없지.
그러니까 뒤에서 이게 안 맞으면 그냥 올려놓고 해. 올려놓고. 되는 볼은 드라이브, 안 될 볼은 앞에다 붙이던지 올려놓고 하라. 다 모든 볼을 그냥 막 붙이고 전부 드라이브만 하려고 말고. 제일 중요한 건 서비스 넣고 그 다음 볼을 앞에다 잡아주는 거하고 그 사람으로 커버 해주는 게 얼마나 잘 되느냐가 중요한 거야. 공격은 강한 게 아니라고 저는.
So what kind of a response we're going to get here from the Korean pair? Because certainly losing the opening game wouldn't have been part of the plan.
No, I've got to say, you know, in all honesty, the Canadians were better, which is a big, big surprise. I think this is the one thing Kang I found when he was playing with Xiamen. His level was just a little bit up and down. When he played well, he was so good, but when it didn't quite work, his level would drop a lot. I mean, a lot. Brilliant. I mean, before the game, I would have just expected the Koreans would have just been too solid, too consistent for the Canadians, and the defence would have been too solid. Lee just showing there, no issues at all getting through the defence of the Koreans. They haven't struggled with that at all so far.
Good bit of poaching at the net from Lee.
Yeah, wrong shot there from Lee at the net, but it's not much they've done wrong. It's just too low. Taking it really well there, Kang, from the net. Sharp there from Lindemann at the net. Good return, holds his side, comes off. Really sharp. It's crazy, this. The way the Canadians are playing, I mean, they lost in the semi of the Pan Am Championships, and if they'd have played like this, for me, there's no way they would have lost in the semi, they would have won it. Match today, Canada have come out as a totally different team. Perfect return, you can see there it hits the tape, and when it does, the shuttle's kind of twisting, turning in all different directions. I would say good serve, but yeah, service will call.
It's being gamefully employed at the moment. Service judge Victor Wong.
Now, you know, I am surprised how much the Koreans have struggled with the attack of the Canadians, because, as I said, traditionally, Koreans have got the best defence in the world, and Kim Won-ho and Seo Seung-jae definitely do have the best defence in the world, and this Korean pair also have a very good defence, but they've really struggled with the attack from the Canadians today.
Over. 5-0.
To go over Lindemann, that's where the gap was. See, in that situation last time he tried to drive it through Lindemann, but he looked off so well. Very sharp on the net there. Ki Dongju. Really active. Good placement as well.
Done brilliantly to win that rally because they were under so much pressure for probably 90% of it.
6, 7.
Maybe it is a case of Korea a little bit of feeling the pressure of being, you know, a big favourite to make the final and possibly even win the title. Incredible.
8, 7.
Lee.
With a little bit of help from the net court. Slightly late challenge. That looked fine, I reckon, but they've asked for Hawkeye to just double check it, the Canadians. Wow.
Long way, yeah.
Miles.
I'd say at the moment, this man on camera, Lee, is
9, 7.
having a bit of a blinder, to be honest. And he played well in his mixed doubles yesterday,
Yeah.
considering I wouldn't say he's traditionally a mixed doubles player. I'd put him more as a net man in the men's doubles partnership, and he played well in the mixed doubles, and maybe he's taken that level that he played at into this match, but he's probably been the best player on court.
Over. 8, 9.
I'm sure the two Koreans are not going to allow that to continue. I'll definitely be putting quite a lot of pressure on Kang's low serve because he's done one drive serve and one flick, and both have been called for too high. Drop again from Kang.
10, 9.
See how deep Lindenholm's there in his defence. It's a brilliant stop drop from Kang. Attack from Lee, there's no doubt about it, but it's good, it's not amazing. You would not expect Kang to miss that. Talking about a world champion.
So final point for the mid-game interval. And it's going to be the Canadians who have the slender advantage.
back person either just follow up quickly, or we come to the front, you stop it down, force them to leave up. Yeah. Okay? Yeah, just the Miko and everyone put. Yeah, okay? Very good. Well done.
Over. 11. Oh.
Last cross court is a combination of either not flat enough or too flat, as it were. Just that really nice height for Kang to be able to attack it. This is the big thing for the Koreans. They've got to make sure they're getting on the attack, which we have seen in the last two rallies. It's a dangerous serve that we haven't seen a lot of. Kind of in between a drive serve and a very flat flick. Use that a lot at Orléans Masters. Brilliant again. This man here, Lee, steps up so well.
12, 13.
Tried the drive serve again, but Kang this time is ready for it. The big thing I think about is these Canadians actually trained together. I just think there's no doubt they'd be better. Kang's not very happy that his drive serve's getting called and Lee's isn't.
Well, that was in by a big margin, I think. Total misjudgment.
Game from the Canadians. Koreans maybe are just finally starting to settle. There from Kang. I'm seeing a slightly different version of the Koreans now.
Yeah, all of a sudden they've slipped into overdrive and the Canadians just wilting a little bit under the pressure here.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before Kang did a drive serve to Lee after how frustrated he was that Lee was getting away with these drive serves and he wasn't.
wide. And here are a whole clutch of game points, 8 of them in fact, for the Koreans to level a match.
Amazing to think it was 11-10 to the Canadians.
Yeah, yeah. So just 1 point since the interval.
Incredible return of serve.
13-20.
Placement on the attack there from Lindemann. Shows just how integral this placement is. It's good power, but it's the placement that the Koreans are really struggling with.
So the normal order of things restored, I guess you could say. 21-14 in favour of Kang and Shi Dongju. And so we're all square here, 1 game.
Got 1, 20 seconds. Got 1, 20 seconds. Final game. Level. Play.
So here we go then for the decider. You would imagine that Korean pair would have got a real lift from winning that second game, and in the end, pretty convincingly.
One love. Service over. 1-0.
I think they're going to change their philosophy, the Canadian pair.
Service over. 2-1. Out.
Spin on that serve.
Service over.
You must have seen that in a slow motion. Good good rally there from Lindman. Moved the shuttle around really nicely.
3, 2.
Again, pretty simple error from the Koreans, which you just wouldn't expect.
Out.
Bit of a cheap point back though, with the service error.
Oh.
Some of the Canadians are doing really well is keeping the return to serve quite simple and just the other player stepping up. Hinman does incredible there. He's in trouble. Last shot. The Canadians did everything right, stepped up, moved the shuttle around well. They got themselves into that opportunity, that good chance.
Yeah, just a few errors starting to creep into the Canadian pair's game at the moment. Fabulous shot.
5, 6.
Brilliant again. And it is amazing how well they actually move around each other, the Canadians, considering they don't train together. The non-hitting players pushing up so well, covering the gap.
Over. Can do one. 7, 6.
Return a serve from Lee. I'd say no matter what happens in this match, even if the Canadians do lose, this has got to be one of their better performances. I'd almost go as far as say Lee's having the game of his life. If you watch what he does here, look at that.
I mean, Shi Dongju could have done a lot more, really, could he? resolute defence from the Koreans, got its reward in that point.
Pretty confident there's no one before the match that would have said it would be 8-all in the third game. Koreans were huge favourites to win in 2. That's no discredit to these two, it's just Koreans are, you know, one of the best players in the world at the moment. Definitely a top 10 pair in the world. Well, they will be once they've played enough tournaments. That's impressive there from this man. A good return.
Over 9, 10.
Canadians there were saying there's 2 motions, as it were. You can only have 1 forward motion on a serve.
Well, that was a bit of a gift. So 11-9 it is in Kang and Xi's favour as they go for the mid-game break in the decider.
그러고 나서 로테이션 하고 하라고 상황 봤으니까.
인형이랑 군이가 서브 놓고 앞에서 있는 초구가 너희한테 몸쪽에 오는 볼에 있는 너희가 확실하게 잡아오지 않단 말이야. 너희 몸쪽에 오는 볼에 대해서.
메시가 집중을 해.
Eleven, 9. Play.
Back to what he's doing best.
10, 12.
Seen every single match the Canadians have ever played, but the level they're playing at, I can't imagine they've played a better match, maybe ever.
Yeah, no doubt inspired by Victor Lai's heroics earlier, and Michelle Lee played very well against An Se-young.
Yeah, I've got to say, all the performances so far from the Canadian players have been exceptional. Pressure there from Kang.
11.
Considering he is the most experienced player and the most successful player on court, I wouldn't say he's managed to really kind of assert himself today, Kang, as I would have anticipated.
over. 12, 13.
There's no way Lee should have won that rally. You can see he's the one hitting the shuttle in an upward direction. Lee's he's just having one of those games.
He can do no wrong.
Yeah. And again, there's, you know, I would be shocked. I'd have to look for every single match he's ever played, which would take a very long time. But I can't imagine he's played at this level continuously throughout a match as he's done today.
Over. 14, 13.
Another net call from Lee. That was the defence early on in that rally from the Koreans that I would have expected being really solid.
Well, it's had to be, hasn't it, just to keep their noses in front here in this deciding game.
Again, just really good play from the Canadians. Very good quality, good angle there. He gets a net call there, Lindemann.
But after the disappointment from their point of view of dropping that second game, the intensity's been there in full view in this decider, which is right in the balance still.
Yeah, and I would have said it would have been quite easy for them to almost accidentally evaporate, as it were, because the second game got taken away from 11. They were 11-10 up and then losing 21-14 very, very quick. So it wouldn't have been a surprise in the third to kind of things get swept away from them. It's not been that at all.
Nicely done by Kang.
Service over. 16, 14.
Good block there. It's a bit of a gift there from Key. Great interception by Kang. Lindemann nearly got it away, but he just couldn't quite get it high enough.
15.
Coastal was Xiamen representing Malaysia versus this Xiamen representing France.
裁判员安德烈亚·齐亚门来自意大利，同伴89号花体来自尼日利亚。
As soon as he gets that half chance, Lee was just a little bit late at the net. They've done it again, the Koreans. They've just started to pull away at the right time.
Yeah, just 2 more points required then to secure the victory. Well, that was a very nervy one. Jerky serve. But now they're going to try and put the Lee serve under pressure.
We've seen that drive serve from Lee. He's been pretty successful. He's had good variation on his serve.
Okay.
Kang, he's looking at the service judge, asking the question. You can see there, just stretching them. He shouldn't be making that mistake, but Lindeman's chasing forward where the shot was going, so it is pressure they're applying.
So 3 points in a row for the Canadians. This is a massive one coming up here.
Can't see another drive serve, can we? No. Great return, great return.
Service over.
So 2 match points for Kang and Chi. Been on court for exactly 1 hour now, this match. Kevin Lee and Ty Lindemann are really making the Koreans work here.
What a big point this is now. For the Canadians, I hope Lindemann just doesn't serve too quick, because we've seen a few of his serves that have almost been too quick.
So the second match point for now. Oh, and the error has actually gifted it to the Koreans. What a shame. It should end like that from a Canadian point of view, but they did themselves proud. Kevin Lee and Ty Lindemann in a contest that lasted 60 minutes, so an hour on court. And at one stage, obviously having taken the first game, they were ahead at the mid-game interval in the second, rather ran out of steam, but thought they were pretty impressive in the third game as well, Chris, to be honest.
Full credit to the Canadians. I've got to be totally honest and say, before the game started, I didn't believe they could compete at the level of the Koreans, but they did. They really did, and you know, I really hope they can sort of take that performance on. Oh yes, they're going to be devastated that they lost 21-19, because that was actually winnable, but there's no way for me that they play at that level regularly. This is the top end of their level. The top end of their level is very good.
So they come through in the end, the Koreans, 17-21, 21-14, 21-19. Exactly 1 hour of the match time. that's the scene behind the presentation area where they come out. The two women's doubles pairs who are up next. It's Kim and Kong of Korea about to face Jacqueline Chung and Catherine Choi of Canada. That match in just a moment. Well, a warm welcome back to Xiamen and our continuing coverage of the BWF Sudirman Cup Finals for 2025. So we have a situation now where Korea have taken the lead in the tie. They lead 2-1 with 2 to play, and this is the first of them, the women's doubles. Kim Hae-jung and Kong Hee-young taking on Jacqueline Chung and Catherine Choi of Canada. Saying it pretty much at the start today, but on paper the Korean pair should be huge favourites. Ranked inside the world's top 10, Chung and Choi are just barely inside the world's top 50. Players on their way to court 1, as you can see.
Canada, red or black, what do you choose? Red, black for you. Black, your choice. See this side, and serve or receive. Receive, Choi receives, and who will serve? Kim will serve, thank you.
Well, no surprise that these two pairs have never met before, and as I say, on paper at least and on all available evidence, it should be a very taxing encounter for Jacqueline Chung and Catherine Choi. But we'll start with the Koreans. Kim Hae-jung is 27 now, world ranked at number 9 with Kong Hee-young. From a big badminton family. Her mum was an Olympic champion in women's doubles back in 1992. Her dad's a coach. Didn't play yesterday. In fact, none of this quartet did. Kong Hee-young's just a year older than her partner. And of course, most famously won an Olympic bronze with Kim Soo-yoon in Tokyo in 2020. Also 12 World Tour titles with the same partner. They have won a couple this season as a pair, including the Super 500 Indonesia Masters in January. On the other side of the net, the Canadian pair of Catherine Choi and Jacqueline Chun. Represents Ontario in national events, Choi. The Pan Am Games women's doubles champion a couple of years ago with Josephine Wu. But today partnering 22-year-old Jacqueline Chun. As a pair, they lost in the quarter-final of the Pan Am Championships earlier this month. They did play at the All England. They lost to Liu and Tan in the round of 32. No disgrace
Ready
in
to
that.
play. Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Korea, represented by Kim Hye-jong and Kong Hee-young. And my left, Canada, represented by Jacqueline Chung and Catherine Choi. Korea to serve, Kim Hye-jong to Catherine Choi. Love all. Play.
So let's see if Chun and Choi can buck the trend to at least the same degree that the men's doubles pair did in terms of really worry their higher ranked opponents.
Service over. 1 love. Over 1-all.
Really sharp, very good interception of the net there. I did feel when these two were put together, the new Kim and Con, I did think they were going to be very good, and I think they're still kind of getting used to each other. Such a new partnership. They've only got 10 tournaments on. And already got some pretty big wins. Winning the Indonesian Masters. They won the Polyol Masters this year as well. Rio Masters last year and the final of the Indian Open early this year.
Over 2-3.
Racket had totally gone. She was almost trying to find a way of getting off. Yeah, she's trying to get forward, but they're on the defense is impossible. You can see her racket.
Service over, 4-3.
Great placement in the attack.
Well, a bit of a fortunate net cord, but take it.
Yeah, lovely return of serve.
Service over, 7-4.
Obviously the indecision, it's the big thing whenever you take that long to make a decision or, you know, make a choice. It causes the problem. You give your opponents all the time in the world to predict where it's going, and it makes it even harder with the shot quality that you're putting on it. Another good return of serve.
Service over, 5-8.
Great shot. I think caught everyone by surprise there.
It was almost happened in slow motion, didn't it? It seemed to.
Service over, 9-6.
Pressure applied from Kong.
Brilliant intercept from Chung at the net there. See the Canadians, they are showing resilience here.
Over, 10-7. Service over, 8-10.
Well, it's a stunning shot. They're doing a really good job of staying in these rallies, finding a little bit of magic like that.
Yeah, this is a lovely stop shot to finish off with. And again, I'm going to be honest, I am surprised. Now, I don't want to take anything away from the Canadian players, but we're talking about one of the best ladies doubles pairs in the world here, Kim and Kong. The Canadians are competing.
This is what happens when you're under a little bit of pressure. Pair that you think you should be overcoming pretty comfortably, and you're not. A few errors creep in, and all of a sudden, 10-all.
I think you see it more and more in team events where they've got the weight of the country on their shoulders, as it were.
So, mid-game interval, just the 1-point lead for Kim and Kong.
Put 1, 20 seconds. Put 1, 20 seconds. Eleven, 10, play. Well, 10. Service over, 11, 12.
Well, there wasn't anything that she could have done about it had that been just fractionally straighter. Just hoping it would fall out there, Kim. It did, just.
Yeah, that's one of those really annoying ones, Joy, because it's the right shot. Massive gap. Could have been almost a foot further in.
40, 11. Point. Service over, 12, 14. Service over, 15, 12.
Good interception of the net. You've got to be so careful putting pace in an upward direction through the centre there. Because Kim doesn't really have to move.
Service over, 13, 15.
Well, I saw that shake of the head from Kim. Playing, I think, completely as they would like, just about keeping their noses in front.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Kim's she's nervous out there.
17, 14.
A little wild, that one.
18, 14. Service over, 15, 18.
Yeah, it's quite uncharacteristic just how many unforced errors Koreans have made, especially Kim.
Service over, 19, 16.
Well, that was a pretty soft point. And just a couple more required now for Kim and Kong to take this opening game, which has been a little bit of a struggle, truth to tell, for them. So Choi's error brings up 4 game points for the Koreans.
16. Out. Service over. 17, 20.
I mean, there's no shadow of a doubt. There's a lot of nerves out there from almost everyone, and I get it. You know, it's a big team event. It's 2-1 to Korea overall, but you know, it's not the tie's finished.
19.
Absolutely not. And that's 3 game points saved, 1 to go.
And the men's doubles as well showed. You know, it's 21-19 in the 3rd game. You know, it shows out there almost anything is possible.
They're over the line, and it was a real struggle. However, 21-19 in the opening game. Had it gone 20 all, I think there'd have been some real nerves around, but fortunately it didn't. Kim with the coup de grace, and Korea take the opening game narrowly, 21-19.
Just be very careful when you get down to the net. Especially if you go overhand side. You always really put the overhand. You will not be able to go straight to the one side. The overhand pull-up is good. Okay. Also attacking, carving on the back and smash. You have to mix it up because you hit the harder, you have to come back. You always try to mix up softer, higher, and then go on. We're getting past the first couple shots, and you guys are having fun. You guys can make a lot easier. You guys to do. Yeah? Yeah? Go.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Play.
Now, it'd be interesting to see if winning that first game might just settle Kim and Kong down a little bit, because they were quite a long way from their best in that opening game, despite winning it.
One. Love. Love. Three. Love.
Just wonder if the cream is starting to rise to the top here. Well, they weren't really entitled to win that point. The Canadians seemed to have the initiative for most of that rally, but couldn't make it work.
Catherine, use your foot. Service over. 1-4.
I think Kong there, she tried to leave it, she could tell it was going out. She moved her body out the way, but her racket was still in the way.
Service over.
Well read on that flick.
5-1.
They're starting to get a little overwhelmed at the moment, aren't they? Chen and Choi. I think the benefit and the damage that Kim and Kong winning that first game did, respectively, has kind of made this into probably a more one-sided second game than we may be expecting. But
yeah, I think Kim and Kong, they've definitely had a different level in this second game. Calmer. Winning the first game did relax them, which made them, I kind of think, play more how we've seen them play and would expect them to play. I think it's almost on the polar opposite there. Canadians, we've seen a lot more kind of simpler mistakes and just a little bit of panic. And I think now in a position where they start to overthink the score and think 9-1, this is now obviously quite a big deficit. Almost trying too hard to win the point.
Then 1.
Now this is the big thing, that now we're in a position where the Koreans aren't having to do really a lot to actually win the points. They're kind of in more cruise mode. Now it's just increase their confidence, make them feel even more comfortable.
Yeah, and obviously no scoreboard pressure. And I think actually losing that very tight first game, they've had a more of a negative effect on Chung and Choi than we might have initially thought. So 11-1 at the mid-game break, and Kim and Kong looking good to secure this tie for Korea.
Yeah, and I would say this last point kind of sums up a little bit for me. Just going for far too much and gifting the point to the opponent.
So many shots. And you make those many mistakes. Yeah, just a little bit more confident. Yeah, because speed up. You cannot play too careful. When you get too slow and careful, and then you make an easy mistake. So you try to fire it up. Okay?
잡아야 돼. 잡는데 이거 여기까지만 흘러가는 데 급하게 안 되는 거야.
근데 잡아봐, 서비스 잡아봐.
11-1 play.
So they'll be hoping to get the job done relatively quickly here. Two Koreans. That's landed in. Might have been worth a challenge, but decide not to. As so often happens, when you're in front and in charge, you get all the breaks as well.
Thank you. Service over, 2-13.
Well, that stopped a run of 10 successive points that they'd lost. All reached.
The court, please. Service over, 14-2. Thank you.
Well, it might have been the longest rally of the match, or certainly close to it, but it ends with the point going the same way.
Thank you.
It gets to a point when the scoreline is like this that you're kind of going through the motions, because you know that the chance of a comeback from here is, well, remote would be an understatement.
Yeah, and this is where you either try and do too much because you are panicking, you are so desperate to win a point, or you that's a lovely return.
Service over.
Or you start to lose belief and you question everything. You question where you should be moving, what shot you should be playing, what your opponent's going to do, and then you hesitate.
Service over. 17-3.
Nice anticipation.
3.
It's gone wide as well. I think they just want to get out of here, to be honest.
19.
Chung and Choi, having put up such a valiant display in the first game, but it's been really, well, one-sided wouldn't do it justice really in the second. Just 2 points away then from the victory now. Kim and Con. Well, they're going to challenge that. I guess they may as well. Nothing to lose.
Out. Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. 20 match point. 3.
So
play.
17 match points. Not often you say that. Such a strange game, badminton, isn't it? Such a close first game. Second game, only one pair in it. Seemed to maybe lose a little bit of heart, Chris, at some point in that second game, the Canadians.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, the Koreans raised their level dramatically, and it was that start. It was just such a big lead, and then it feels so hard to come back from.
21-19.
Yeah,
21-3.
it was tough for the Canadians because they did make a lot more unforced errors. They didn't play, I think, to the level they probably can play to. But these two ladies on camera, they are world class, and they showed that today in the second game.
It took them a little while to show it, but show it they did. And it means that Korea confirmed victory in the tie, and having won yesterday, they now go to 2 wins in their 2 matches, and that will be good enough to get them into the quarterfinals, even with 1 match still to play. 21-19, 21-3, 32 minutes was the official match time. So one match to go in the tie, and it's the mixed doubles. Lee Jong-min and Che Yu-jung taking on Jonathan Lai and Crystal Lai of Canada in a couple of minutes. Well, a warm welcome back to the Fenghuang Gymnasium here in Xiamen for the final act of this Group B tie between Korea and Canada. Players are on their way towards the court, the official just making their way also. So here's where we stand, having lost the opening match, the Koreans, when Victor Lai surprisingly beat Jeon Hyuk-jin. They've come back, won the next three to secure the victory before we head into this mixed doubles. And we did several of Lee and Che's matches, didn't we, Chris, at the All England, where they kind of surprised pretty much everyone with a run to the semi-finals, and thought then there's going to be much more to come, especially from Lee Jong-min, who's still just 18 years of age.
Yeah, he's the hot prospect they have for the future. You know, they've just given him one event, mixed doubles. They've given him a world champion partner. They've kind of given him the best opportunity possible, and he's, you know, over the next 3 years, he's going to improve an incredible amount, and he is the future for mixed doubles in Korea.
So a big task for Jonathan Lai and Crystal Lai. All four players are now out in the arena and making their way towards court number one. Remember, the group stage goes on all the way through until and including Thursday. So this is just day two of the groups of 5.
Black.
First time these pairs have met, no real surprise there.
And you black. Red. Decide. Serve or receive. Receive or receive. You. Who serve?
I think one of the really interesting things for Korea in their team is obviously this man on camera. He's the young kind of player coming through, but they've got a world champion in their team and an Olympic silver medalist for mixed doubles. So it'll be interesting in the crucial games who they actually put in on the men's side of things in the mixed doubles.
So let's look at the Canadians first, and it is potentially an unenviable task, I guess, although you'll look at it probably the same way that Victor Lai looked at his match, just try and enjoy it, play your best, and see if you can put some pressure on your higher ranked opponents. Played and lost in the women's doubles yesterday. Crystal Light, 23 years of age now, and her partner Jonathan Lai, who's 4 years older. Actually lost in the Pan Am Championships final to Lindemann and Wu. That was just a fortnight ago. He lost in the men's doubles with Neil Yakuri yesterday, Jonathan Lai. Che Yu-jun, who is 29 now, of course a world champion with Su Sung Jae a couple of years ago, and he won 6 World Tour titles between them as well, including a Super 1000. That was the China Open back in 2023. I guess maybe we shouldn't have been totally surprised when they had that good run in Birmingham, because the week
Ready
before,
to play.
they'd got to the semi-final at the Orléans Masters. So they will start warm favourites here. I wouldn't put anything to that 119 ranking. Victor Wong is in charge of this match. He's from Hong Kong, China. And his Chinese service judge is Su Chaofeng.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Jonathan Bing-Sen Lai and Crystal Lai. And on my left, Korea, represented by Lee Jong-min and Che Yu-jung. Canada to serve, Crystal Lai to Lee Jong-min. Level, play.
So here we go then, final match of this tie. Already, we know exactly how they're going to play, with Che dominating the net, or trying to. Lee predominantly at the back of the court.
Che did have a great first rally though there, she was everywhere. It is interesting with this partnership if Che can kind of take on that role of the more mature, more experienced player to help nurture Lee Jong.
1, 2, 1. Service over. 2, all.
Identified their man possibly for the next Olympics in the mixed doubles, because they're obviously pushing him. It makes sense. The amount he's going to improve over the next even 12 months is going to be, well, it's going to be interesting to see.
Benefit of good fortune there via the top of the net. other thing at the All England, Chris, as well as his excellent play, he looks to have a pretty good temperament as well for someone so young.
Yeah, he handled it well, just because even, I remember his quarter-final against...
the Scottish pair, was it?
No, it was against the English.
Oh, the
Mares, yeah.
That's right, sorry.
The Mares, yeah. And he could easily have kind of got a bit carried away or a bit overexcited, or maybe felt a bit of pressure, because they were big favourites, the Koreans. And the English were playing really well. But he didn't handle himself really well, really maturely, didn't get carried away, didn't try too much. And often at 18, I mean, 18 is so young. But we've got so many players coming through now at such a young age, at such a good level.
Service over. 3-6.
Brilliant attack. Can lie there. Fantastic placement on that final shot. Works the rally really well. She keeps the attack. Good placement on that one. And then fantastic on this last one. See Che, she can't even get a racket on it.
It's over. 7-4.
Yeah, good shot.
8-4. It's over. 5-8.
Pick up from Jonathan Lie there.
It's gone long by a distance though.
It's over. 9-5. It's over. 6-10.
Brilliant counter there from Che.
It's over.
Just phenomenal reactions and the technical skills to execute the shot. Just angling the racket head to get it into the space, and they lead 11-6 at the mid-game break, the Koreans.
If you want to drop, you need to pick a buddy on a side in here. Then on the higher, you're going to pass the ball the front. Or you got to just cross the ball to the middle of cross. Right? It's every time you want to push it back and you drop it because you always got some cross. Right? And the girl at the front,
First one, if you have a speed, she just drop
20 seconds.
You at the front, you have to fight with the speed and then try to move the body around. Yeah? Okay, so don't use the power too much.
11-6. Play.
So quick, isn't she, to spot that kind of an opportunity.
First 3-4 shots of the rally, the Koreans are definitely superior. Serving well and then sharp on the third.
Well, they did everything right to set that up, didn't they? The Koreans just... She missed the relatively straightforward shot at the end.
14.
One of the only mistakes she's made, really, or certainly very few in this match so far.
Lovely return, brilliant hold.
Service over. 15-7.
Thing is, although the Koreans lost that rally, everything stems from the start of the rally, and at the moment the Canadians are they're struggling to get the initiative, they're struggling to get the attack. It stems from the first 3 shots of the rally.
Guided down the line, she didn't have to do much else with it, really.
Yeah, and the big thing is there, the Canadians are so low, as in they don't have a choice, but because they're taking it kind of midway, height-wise of the net, it's so hard to control the shot from that low because your opponent has so much time to see it.
17-8.
I think that did possibly go out, but again, it's stemming from the first 3 shots. The returns from the Canadians are going upwards, so it's so easy for the Koreans to just apply that pressure.
So Hawkeye being asked a question by the Canadians here, just to confirm the line judge's call.
Challenge unsuccessful.
And a long lane.
1 challenge remaining.
I definitely won't be taking up a role as a line judge.
$18-8. Play. Hey! 19-8.
Again, it's just struggling to return the Korean serves and getting a positive situation from it. Again, upward return.
20.
So after only 11 minutes, 12 game points for Lee and Che. Comprehensive in that opening game. The Koreans, both of them playing very, very solidly. And at the moment, Jonathan Lai and Krista Lai haven't got the answers. 21-8 in the opener, just 11 minutes on court.
올라오는 볼에서 우리가 가감이 조금 하나, 둘, 세 개 정도
넓게 빠진 볼 있잖아. 그래서 그냥 하면 이게 안 다니까. 거기서 이제 좀 많이 쓰고 이렇게 가던
중간볼 빠진 볼 네가 지금
컨트롤도 그냥 이렇게 하고 끝에 맞는 경우 있잖아.
붙이고
볼
붙이고 가만히 있는 게
조금
아니라
이렇게 시다가 조금만이라도 점프
올라오는 게 아니야.
그거 없이 그냥 그대로 하면
붙이는 동작에서는 부정이한테 맞지. 중간볼 빠진 볼에서는
날라오는 볼, 그 높이 좀 빠지는 볼 그거에 좀 인식을 하고 똑같은 스텝에서 가는 게 아니라 조금 한 번 더 간다는 거만 하고.
유정아, 내가 직선에서 직선 드라이브 치면 대각 플레이가 네가 커버해야 한다는 거 알았지? 이쪽만 커버. 반대쪽도 마찬가지야. 포인트 직선 가면 반대쪽만 올라오게 만들고 공격하고 네가 그 다음 넘겨 들어가서 잡아주는 거야. 힘내고 잘하고 있어.
Seconds. 20 seconds. Second game. No ball. Play. Over. 1, go.
Number of occasions where Lee and Che have made the court look really big on the other side. Just finding gaps with gay abandon.
I think even a match like this, it's just all of it is great experience for Lee because he's so young, 18 years old, and this is a game that he's expected to win already at 18. But it's getting out there and getting the experience of doing it at kind of the biggest stage, which he hasn't had yet. Yes, he's played the All England and made a semi-final, which was a massive result, but he hasn't played a lot of big tournaments yet.
3, 1.
And I do think it'll be so interesting when Chinese Taipei play Korea in the mixed doubles. Who will Korea put in? Because I do feel in the men's singles side of it, Korea are going to really struggle. So do they want to take a risk in the mixed doubles, or do they want to play it safe? Are they going to put Xiamen in, who is, I would say, the best mixed doubles player? But then he's going to be playing 2 events. So it's going to be interesting to see the team lineup for that match.
Yeah, I think you'd be able to do that.
4, 3.
Because the way that the rules are, you'd end up being in the knockout stage, end up being the first match of the last match, wouldn't it? So,
just the only thing is because he hasn't played mixed for a reasonable amount of time, it's hard to know. His level's going to be good, obviously, but is he going to be as sharp? Is he going to be, as coordinated? So it'd just be interesting to see, I think, how they put the team forward. I'm excited for that match. Very calm there from Lee.
You just always guaranteed drama, aren't you, in the Sudirman Cup? I remember 2 years ago where obviously China ended up winning it, but they should have been knocked out in the semis.
Yeah, that was the men's doubles. It was crazy, absolutely crazy. And you're totally right. This is why Sudirman Cup, all team events, Thomas Cup, League Cup, Sudirman Cup, they're so exciting because not just the team lineup, which sounds a bit geeky, but obviously that plays a part. But how the dynamic works, because if you think back, the last time Korea actually won the Sudirman Cup, they lost in the group. it was to Chinese Taipei, I think, and then they played them in the quarterfinal and beat them, and then they ended up getting better and better and winning the whole thing.
8-3.
Yeah, so they've changed the system a little bit since then, so you
Yeah.
can't play a team from the same group in the quarterfinal. It's interesting that men's doubles 2 years ago, as soon as, for those who don't know what we're talking about, basically Japan-China semi-final, and Japan were 2-love up in matches in the semi-final in a tie, and then had 4 match points in the men's doubles effectively to get to the final. And once the Chinese had saved those 4, you just knew what was going to happen. You just knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, and it's tough because it feels like the whole world's kind of crushing you at that moment for Japan. You can feel victory and sort of touch it, and then it just gets pulled away from you.
5-10.
There's nowhere to hide out there on, on the center stage.
No. So it's an 11-5 lead at the mid-game break, and Lee and Che going on their serene way towards victory here at the mid-game break.
Play.
Just like 2 juggernauts coming at you. That's how it must feel.
Just relentless pressure.
Yeah.
Lee's a hard-working player. I wouldn't say he does anything too flamboyant. I'd say he's a very kind of traditional Korean player, very hard-working, doesn't give a lot away, and he's relentless with his attack. And all this at just 18. And it is as well. He looks so composed.
13-5.
I do think for badminton in Korea it's going to be interesting over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, how things can kind of keep moving forward. Now that they've got Park Ju-bong in Korea kind of in charge, did such an amazing job in Japan. I think before he went to Japan, this is how crazy it is, England were significantly better than Japan at badminton.
Wow.
And you think now Japan are one of the superpowers of badminton.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
He really did transform badminton, and I'm sure it wasn't just Park Ju-bong, but when he was in charge, things really did transform, and it'll be amazing to see if Korea, obviously they don't need to transform, they're one of the best already, but if they can be even better than they are now and maybe get to the dominance that China have.
They need an absolute top-class men's singles player, don't they? That's the sort of
big
gap in the armoury.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking back, there was a men's doubles at one point where the World Championships, Korea got the gold, silver and bronze, and not even that long ago. They had 3 pairs in men's doubles ranked, all in the top 8 in the world. And it's a chance they could get back to that because, they're at their ladies doubles as well. So they've got the mixed, kind of young mixed doubles coming through. Ladies singles, I mean, we don't need to talk about. They've got possibly the greatest player ever.
Yeah.
29-16.
Well, that's going to be challenged. My instinct was she might have mishit that slightly, but whether it...
I think she reversed it on purpose, which is quite a... I mean, it's a bold... I mean, you can do this when you're 16-9 up, you can do what you want, and you're as dominant in the match. If that's in, that was a lovely shot, because I think it was just a lot reverse. I didn't have to be anywhere near that close, that tight.
First instinct was it might have missed the line, but let's see what Hawkeye has to say about it. Yeah, missed the line by a big margin.
Tell you what, Trevor, you could be a line judge. You get a lot right. Or in the next Specsavers advert that we're auditioning for. I'd be the guy before without the vision, and you'd be the guy after that can make the right call.
Was Hawkeye around when you played, Chris? Or had he not come in yet?
Nah, it was, yeah.
And were you... What was your record like as a player?
It was actually not bad. I think it must be because the angle we're at. Because when I was on court, I couldn't have been as bad as I am up here.
Get the excuses in.
Well,
really.
I've never as like I must get 80% wrong up here.
Rare moment of riposte from Jonathan Light.
11-17.
Although unless we see a absolutely phenomenal comeback, not just because of the score, but because of the dynamic of this individual game, I have to say it has been a very good performance overall by the Canadian team. Michelle Lee played a brilliant match against definitely the best player right now, but probably one of the best players ever, and Xiamen. And the men's doubles as well, I would put it up there as one of the best performances ever.
For sure. Yeah, they certainly had big moments and obviously won a game. It not been anywhere near as one-sided as a lot of people might have thought.
I mean, that men's doubles, it actually could have gone either way. And then if this mixed doubles continues where it's going, 3-2, it was a very competitive tie.
Yeah, this is really the only match that's kind of been straightforward, if you like, for the favourites.
It's over. 13-18. Ready?
Wow. Oh my goodness.
That is a sumptuous angle, isn't it?
I mean, that was exceptional.
13.
I mean, no one's getting that back.
Great hands, imagination played the shot. And 7 match points now for the Koreans.
Match point 13.
Only 25 minutes, that's all it took. And a very straightforward victory for Lee Jung-min and Che Yu-jun, with an 11-year age gap between them. Che's done a really good job of nurturing the youngster along, and Jonathan Lai and Crystal Lai never really got in a telling blow at any stage in that match. Tougher test will lie ahead for those two, obviously.
This is the amazing thing, though, when you have a player of Che's experience, you know, one of the most experienced mixed doubles players on tour right now, being able to nurture the next generation for Korea. And he's at such a good level already that they're a good partnership. What you can sometimes find is, unfortunately, the young player isn't quite at that level, but he already is.
So, confirmation of the scoreline, 21-8, 21-13, and it only took 26 minutes for Lee and Che to complete the demolition job. Well, we've seen some terrific badminton here in this session. Victor Lai with one of the shocks of the whole tournament, taking down the experienced Jeon Hyuk Jin, and Tu Love as well. Emotional scenes. Fantastic match between An Se-young and Michelle Lee. The Korean coming out on top in straight games, but doesn't tell the whole story. It was close, almost in its entirety. Kang and Shi did well in the end to get past a really determined challenge from Lee and Lindemann. 21-19 in the third. Chung and Choi, a very one-sided second game, having performed well in the first against Kim and Kong. And as we've just seen, Lee and Che storming through in less than half an hour against Jonathan Lai and Crystal Lai. A reminder that China take on Hong Kong China in Group A. That's next on Group 1. It's at 5 o'clock local time, which is in just under 3 hours. Join Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen for that at 5. For now, though, that concludes our coverage from the show court. For myself, Trevor Harris, Chris Langridge, whole production cast and crew, rejoin Jill and Steen later. For now, it's goodbye.
One